Well, hello, and welcome back. So we're going to finish up this portion of the project and getting our little dash hello API working by just fixing a couple things. But before I do that, I need to figure out. A thing. I need to figure out a thing. Just real quick. I think I just need to add somebody's SSH keys. Oh, JoJo's in particular. To a server. Hmm. Let's see. All right, just another second here. Okay. All right, now we're getting back to this. So, JoJo and I had some extensive conversation today in regards to the Dash Incubator wallet, the contacts, trying to get that ready within the next 3 days, which is most likely not going to happen. It'd be really nice to have that demo within the next 3 days. JoJo's been out of touch for about a month for various reasons. So the wallet that we wanted to already have. We don't have already. But 3 days we might be able to use it. Let's see. Okay, all right. So where we are at then? Oh, there's so many things. There's so many things. It's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of things to work through. But yeah, I want to get this finished up, and then I might actually switch to helping work on the wallet for the next 2 days. We'll see. Oh, and I popped the top. Sorry, I didn't. I don't know if I did that before the stream or on the stream, or my mind is weak. All right, so we've got this thing. There's almost. I wonder if I can make this smaller. I wonder how. At what size does this fail to scan? Let's see. Where's my scanner, my Bob? I think that at that size it probably will fail to scan. I just want to find out at what size it fails to scan. The result is not as important as the knowing. Oh, okay, that works. Cool. And that is... Alright, so we can fit at least that much information on there without a problem at all. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Jojo and I have been talking about stuff, and then we got off our conversation, and we're moving on to the actual work, and then we still got a couple. Okay. Plan them out. Results, status URL. This, okay, so status URL is one of the things we need to get fixed. I think we actually do... We don't have to worry about domain fronting here. Do we? 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 We do. We do, actually. That's me. Oh, that's a weird... Okay. So... That is something that really annoys me. I gotta figure out how to turn on domain fronting protection. Because I thought that Caddy had domain fronting protection because I specifically asked, and then it turned out that they didn't. And I got pretty upset because it's kind of important to know what security parameters you're operating under. And then eventually, well, basically I was told, well, duh, you shouldn't trust the web server. I'm like, well, that's why I asked, was to know if that was where domain fronting was being prevented or if I had to implement it elsewhere. Well, I mean, domain fronting, you kind of have to, this is the thing. You have to configure domain fronting protection at the web server layer, because once you get past the web server layer, it's difficult to know what the TLS properties were. I don't think that even, I don't even know if the proxy protocol, yeah, that's really annoying. It's really annoying. So basically the web server is the only place you can do it. All right, anyway. So we got the register webhook. And then it's been more than 15 minutes, so that won't matter. We got to contact. You know what else, though? I need to really have... Let's go. Let's get rid of this stuff here. What's up, Never Say Cheese? Oh, I'm sorry, I said it. Okay. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is do the status check. So where's the status check? So let's look for status. We'll find that. Okay, art check token status. We're gonna have to get rid of old database tables entirely. So get with pay adders. We're going to get rid of that. db.accounts dot get by token. That alone may not be enough to help us. Ah, yes. And then I have to get the... Okay, let me double check again. Oh, man. Okay, that's... All right. Yeah, I need to go probably do the same thing that I'm doing here. Oh, thanks. Get by token again. Where I'm using that, one of the next things I do is I get the previous payment. Let's see. All right, so if we don't get an account, then we can say invalid token account not found, and then we could swap that out to a real error message later on. And then we need to get the previous index of the payment, and what are we going to do with that? So if we have a previous payment, which we probably won't. So this, we have a slight problem with this. I want an easy way to determine that we got the previous payment, because the previous payment index is going to be, for the very first one, it's going to be 0, which means that we either have the choice of using null or -1. I don't really like the -1 solution. I like null a little bit better. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll do this. If null is equal to previous index, then there's no payment. So, well, I guess we could do it this way. I guess what we'd want with the previous payment is not just the index, but also the amount. I think that that's the way to go about this. Okay, so let's go that way. So, Never, are you part of the Dash community? What brings you here tonight? All right, so Dash is not a crypto. Dash is digital cash. It happens to use technology that was derived from Bitcoin, but the goal is completely different from all of the cryptos, because the purpose of Dash is to actually be something that you can trade, that you can use to buy goods and services. So it's not meant to be an investment in the terms of like get rich quick. It is kind of undecided whether or not it should inflate or deflate over time. There's kind of debate about that in terms of what the goal should be, because there's benefits to both. Having it slightly deflate over time, like many of the fixed coins makes it attractive for people not to get rid of it immediately, but having it inflate slightly over time means that you can put more money into the system, which I think is actually kind of important. There's something called tail emissions, which is a very slim inflation. It basically, I think the tail emissions idea is really cool. Okay. So what I'm working on is actually the ability to pay for online services so that a merchant can accept Dash as payment. That's what I'm working on right now. But yeah, Dash is not a crypto. It's not a scam. It's not a pyramid scheme. It's not an MLM. It unfortunately has the heritage of crap code from Bitcoin, but it is more along the lines of what the So in the beginning, Bitcoin was run by 4 guys who were more libertarian, freedom fighter type people. They weren't venture capital. And then a bunch of venture capital got infused into Bitcoin. The way things happened with those 4 guys is they basically got locked out of the GitHub account because somebody came in and then kind of Trojan horse their way into the Bitcoin repositories on GitHub, and it just became, just was very friendly and was able to gain the trust and access to the Reddit, to the GitHub, da 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 da, and then he kicked all the other guys out. And so none of the people that actually started that were able to continue it. And then because he also had control of Reddit and he had control of the other stuff, you can see where people have actually done the screenshots and done the history digging and whatnot. There's actually a documentary about this called The Death of Bitcoin. I think it was The Death of Bitcoin, where the guy walks through the history and how the original people who started it, that what they wanted was they wanted digital cash. That's what they were trying to do, supposedly. And that is what Dash is trying to do. But it's not limited in the way that most of the other so-called cryptos are. Where did it go? I thought the video was called The Death of Bitcoin. I don't know what happened to it. Oh. Okay, anyway. Dash Incubator is awesome. So Dashcoin allows digital money is distributed using programmable logic. It's more... So what I'm interested in is just money. Just send money, receive money. Just let money be money. Not try to turn it into some sort of Turing machine or anything like that. There are people in Dash that I think that it's more about hype than it's about actually fulfilling the mission, and that concerns me. Because if it's hype driven, then there's not real value. Like at the end of the day, what I want to be able to do is to buy stuff with Dash and sell stuff with Dash. That's what I want to be able to do, and that's what I think most of Dash Incubator wants to do, and that's about what somewhere between 1/3 and 2/3 of the Dash community want to do. But there are definitely people that want to make it like have lots of programming and logic and stuff. But I say that mostly belongs in the upper layer. We can define some of that and say, for it to be Dash approved, essentially, it needs to work this way. But the whole idea of smart contracts doesn't even make sense to me because they only work within their own system. Okay, anyway, let me get back to this here. Okay, so if you were to go beyond making a platform that allows posting bounties about Dash itself, and more general bounty system, tasks in exchange for digital money, would that make sense? So I would, I'm not quite sure what you are referring to with the platform that allows posting bounties about Dash. So there is kind of like, there's a reserve that is for improving Dash. But yes, I think that there needs to be, I don't know about a general bounty system, but there needs to be stuff that is about there needs to be an export, meaning that there is some sort of product or service that people want, and the way they get it is through Dash. So Dash needs to have products and services needs to have products and services that people would actually want, that aren't just money products and services. Because if you have a money product and service for money products and services that services money product and services for money product and services, then you don't have any, there's only a transfer of money, there's not an exchange of value. And there has to be an exchange of value. We have lived in a really weird world where a lot of scammers have taken hold and built Ponzi schemes, and it's just so weird to me, because I have had a few friends that have been in MLMs, and they've tried to onboard me, and I've tried to explain, no one wants your granola bars, because I can get better granola bars at Walmart, which is bottom of the barrel, for half the price. So no one's going to want to buy your granola bars. So your granola bars are not the product. You want me to buy granola bars so that I can sell granola bars so that you can get the upstream of me selling other people granola bars so that I can get an upstream. You're only selling granola bars to the people who are your upstream or your downstream or whatever. And that's like 99.997% of cryptos. It's just this big, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's a big MLM. It's you're selling someone else's tokens, but on your chain so that you can use your chain to sell tokens, but you get some other tokens onto your chain, and then they'll get tokens, but then they'll sell your tokens, and then like Tether and Bitcoin and money. And the people at the top, yeah, they get super rich. So it makes sense why they do it, especially when they can open their businesses in other countries that can evade laws that protect idiots. But a lot of people are the idiots that just are. Anyway, I really just need usernames. Yes. Yeah, usernames, they're here. Well, they're here as in, give us 3 days and we'll see how far we got. I have Dash-based business. I'd like to allocate some funds to go to incubator. Wow, that would be really, really sweet. You talk with Ryan about that, though. I am not empowered, nor do I really want to be, to make decisions at that level. I mean, if the choice is Dash Incubator disappears, or I have to be empowered to make decisions at that level, I'll take being empowered to make decisions at that level. But that is something that I think Ryan has the trust and respect of most people, and he is the person that my best ideas come through discussions that he and I have together. So I'm not in a vacuum with the ideas that I spout out. I'm a little bit more vocal, but I think, if you like some of the things that I'm suggesting, then Ryan would be the person to coordinate with on any of that, because I am not. I code. And when I politic badly. But yes, our thing for usernames is not. So if there is ever an Evo, that system of usernames we could adopt. But our system of usernames is contacts. It's not. Because whenever you're exchanging with someone, you already came into contact with them through some means, typically through some sort of messaging, right? And so the idea is that you just send the URL or you send the QR code, and then the information about the contact is embedded the same way with lots of other platforms. All right. Okay. Okay, I need to clone something. So anyway, it's not usernames, it's contacts. That's what we have. We have contacts. But there's a variety of ways that you could publish a contact, right? So you don't need, I don't like the idea of a centralized system. I like the idea of a decentralized system. So I don't like the idea of having hundreds of replicated nodes that all are doing exactly the same thing. There's no market competition. There's no alternative means. Everything's tightly integrated through a single channel. I would prefer that I don't want to publish all of my financial information. That's the evil of the blockchain system. That's not the benefit of the blockchain system. So I don't want to have more of that evil. I don't want to have to publish out to the public. What I'd like is to be able to just do what I'd normally do with Venmo or PayPal or with anything else, which is put in the person's establish the communication in whatever way I would normally establish the communication. If it's a business, normally that's through a URL. If it's a person, normally that's through, in the case of Venmo, through scanning a QR code. And then you can add the person as a contact once you've scanned the QR code. Then you can pay them again and again and again, right? Or or via email. So, either text message, scanning, email, or web address. Those are the ways that is established, because it's not like I just find a note on the street with a username and then, pay me $5 and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to send my money to this username I found on a note on the street. I've come through some avenue, typically a web page when it's a business online, and I've gone there and I've said, oh yeah, I want to do this, right? So then do I want to be fidgeting around with typing in? No, I just scan, pay, done, boom. Or, click, pay, done, boom. The very concept of a searchable username index doesn't really make sense to me, because it's not the way that we handle money. It's not the way we do things in the real world. In the real world, I'm going to send the request via email or web page or text message or QR with everything that exists permanent or currently. You don't do a search on PayPal to pay someone. And with Venmo's changed over the years. Now, predominantly, you're either sending the QR code via text message or scanning. They tried usernames for a little bit. That was really dumb. And it was just a clunky experience, and you end up paying the wrong person because people just, I'm guessing somebody got access to the username database and then just created really similar misspellings of usernames. And so I'm guessing that 3/4 of the names on Venmo are just bots, that somehow they got access to the real username. So there's all these issues with the mistyping. And I think the same thing that had happened in that period with Venmo would happen for Dash. Is what you really want is a way to connect through a channel that you trust and then do the money. But you tell me. And sorry, I wasn't paying attention there. What's the best way to set up a call with him? Are you on the Discord? If you are on the Discord, then he is Ryan Gull. And if you want to ping me, let me just plop up. Yeah, okay. So if you're on the main Dash Discord, he is. I'm going to go into the developer channel real quick, and I won't. So I'm just going to say, oh, he's actually at Ryan. So I won't cross. I know some people want to keep different usernames in different places, so I won't mention you. But I think I spelled pursuing wrong. Of course I did. There we go. So I just tagged him in the dev talk. So, whoops. Sorry, dev talk. So if you want to pop in dev talk and then click on his name and then send him a message that way, that could probably work. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for popping on, and I'm really glad to hear that that's something you're interested in. I'm hoping that this will. Oh yeah. There's challenges. There's roadblocks. We should have been done with this back in June, but there were a variety of personal circumstances, and it's a small team that kind of got in the way. And I don't do front end, so I do the back end. And I made some mistakes in my implementation details that caused some confusion then Jojo had some issues where he was not available to be doing this work during the time period that we should have gotten synced up on that in the first place. But I hope that this kerfuffle that's happening right now, this political turmoil that's happening right now, actually turns out the better, and that we all get our butts in gear a little bit more, and over the next few weeks we can get something that shows, yeah, this is, you know, this is a viable path forward that can work with things now. So, but to go from web wallet to mobile wallet, there's still some more issues there. And then the adoption of, okay, we can build a wallet, but does that mean that other people in the Dash community will adopt it? We can give people the ability to scan with the current app, but we don't have the keys to republish a new version of the app on the App Store that supports this stuff. It has to be we have to prototype it, and our proposal has to be accepted by the other dev team to implement, or we have to publish a second Dash wallet in the app stores, which is possible. Well, no, so all right, there's times okay, I'll dish it out and I'll call out other people's crap. And I get defensive sometimes too, probably most of the time. Well, I don't know if most of the time, but yeah, I make mistakes. When I was doing Dash Wallet JS, I totally screwed up the storage and caching mechanism because I had some wrong assumptions, and as I built on it, and the key thing is you have to get to the point where you're using it. And this is where I think that's really, really bad to have a project that goes on, you know, from the perspective. This is why waterfall development is bad. Because if you make all the decisions up front and then you go out and implement it, and then the first time anybody tests it is after it's been implemented, then there's a lot of things. So I dog food, right? I'm building these tools and then I'm using the tools as I'm building them. And that allows me to catch terrible mistakes. Like Dash Wallet JS was not good, and it's going to have to be rewritten. The other projects that I've worked on, Dash HD, that is based on spec work that was already done by somebody else. So I didn't have to do the figuring out what's the implementation from the ground up. I was rewriting it, teasing out the dependencies, updating the code. It was a huge refactor effort. It took weeks. But at the end, I got something small, distilled, and that I feel really good about. And I'd say that's good code. And Dash keys, I feel the same way about. But Dash Wallet JS, the library, that's the SDK that I was working on, it's crap. So there are good pieces that can be used, but as it of itself is not, I can't share that with anybody. I made mistakes, but the learning process, it's fine. Like, I think one thing that people that aren't there's two things people in software don't understand really well. One is that if you were laying bricks, then you have a certain number of bricks, and when you're done laying the bricks, then the house is done, right? If somebody gives you the architecture, and that's kind of the promise of waterfall development, is somebody's going to lay out the architecture and you're just going to put the bricks down. And so, you just want to hire people that can lay down bricks, and then the house is going to get built and everything's good. And you can measure progress. How many bricks are laid? How many bricks are left? That's your percentage done. Software development is unfortunately artistic, like a painting. You take a first pass, it's like, oh, this is kind of ugly. It doesn't work well. You take another pass. If you've ever seen the Bob Ross videos, it starts out with just like blobs and then ends up being a nice, pretty picture that's recognizable. And that's a lot of what software development is. So it's impossible to give a deadline. So the best you can do is take off small chunks and then test them quickly, which is the idea behind agile development, is that every couple of weeks you have something that you're testing that's slightly better than what it was before, but nowhere near completion. And this gives you more time, like course correction and stuff like that. So that's the one thing, is that it's not like bricklaying. You cannot get a estimate. And the other thing is that much like other types of engineering, like chemical engineering, except probably not as bad as chemical engineering, because I think with chemical engineering, you end up throwing away, 95% of your experiments. But with software engineering, occasionally you just throw stuff away. Occasionally you build a thing, it's not right, and you just have to hit delete. And it may be months worth of work, but sometimes that's what you have to do because you gain knowledge and experience, and hopefully that is documented. Otherwise, then it is a lost effort. But if you can document it and communicate it, then you can build the right thing the next time. But again, it's like the agile process. If it's years of work, that's a bad deal. If it's a couple of weeks of work, not so bad. If it's a couple of months of work, hurts, but you can let it go. If it's a couple of years of work, then it's like, oh, you better hope you got it right. Yes, yes, I will. I am the Bob Ross. Oh, Cody little accidents. That's right. Bob Ross right here, baby. Okay, anyway. So I was looking at this and I wanted to see about get previous payment. I realized, I mean, here's a happy little accident right here. I realized, oh, wait a minute. Previous index is not good enough because I need to know more information about it. In particular, can I get this back over here? Is that okay? In particular, one of the things that I need to know about the get previous payment from the previous payment is the amount. Does the amount match? What's the time frame? So I implemented this wrong because, and this is a good way to start out. I said, okay, well, all I needed at the time is I just needed the index because I need to figure out what's the next index going to be. So all I did was say, okay, when this actually was the wrong name. The name is correct for what it needs to be, but it's not correct for what I chose to make it do at the time because it would have been get previous payment index should be the name of this. But what its actual name is what I'm going to need to do anyway, because it turns out that selecting the index is not good enough. So I need to go double check on the payment amount. So I put this in the accounts table, which is the wrong place to put it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, table account. Oh, okay. So, oh, no. There's a database folder. Okay. So, oh, and also this Discord right here that just popped up, just so you know, that is my Discord, because one thing that I love about the Dash community and hate about it at the same time, but I think overall it's saving grace, is that there's too many Discords. It lacks organization and structure, which can be deadly, but also can breathe life. So it's a balance that I think needs a little bit more balance, but I think that balance is coming. Because I think that whether or not I get to be a part of it based on what happens over the next few months with the voting and all that, there's going to have to be a better system of accountability moving forward for Dash. And I think that that's going to be good. And if we do have multiple Dash organizations and, you know, and it's a vote with your feet kind of thing in terms of the communications and whatnot, but okay, and I'm gonna put this here too. But anyway, yeah, we've got at least 3 different Discords, and I think that there's another one that's a Discord just for Masternode owners and so on and so forth. So it's interesting. There is such a lack of organization, but again, this allows. I think that ultimately this could be what I'm not speaking out of spite. I'm just speaking bluntly and not even negatively. I'm not bitter about this, but DCG needs to be scaled down. That needs to happen. Dash Core Group needs to be scaled down, and there probably could be a third group. So Dash Incubator, Dash Core, and Dash something else We don't need 20 groups, but probably having 3 groups would be good to have competing ideas, to have competing implementations, but have them small, because small groups can only work on small things, and small things get developed quickly. And having a large group means that things get developed slowly, or maybe not at all. And yeah, so it's better to have small iterations that you go from and make quick course corrections kind of thing. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so I need to get to the payment. Here we are. So this one has ULID, account ULID, index, Satoshis, and I think that there was actually a couple of other things that I needed about this, because this needs to also have an output index. Yeah, because there's gonna have to be the address is cash. So payment comes in. I guess we can figure that out. A payment is slightly different from an address is cash. So the address cache has both payments, would have both payments that have gone out as well as current UTXOs cached locally. But this is what I need right now, is I need, it'll be ULID, account ULID, index, and Satoshis. That's what I'm going to need for this. And then where, hold on. How am I doing? So that's a payment. The index, the index to the account. So it's not going to give me the address. Okay. Okay, get previous payment. Yes, now I understand what I need to do here. Okay, so let me go ahead and get that done. Today's a good day. My energy level is upbeat. It's there, and it's upbeat, and that's good. Too much of the time, I'm just pissed off. Somebody told me the other day, a guy from church, he was over just because our kids are friends, and the kids wanted to drop by some chocolates for us, or maybe the parents did. Maybe they just blamed it on the kids. I mean, either way, that's fine. It was probably the kids, because a lot of times parents, they get too busy, and anyway, point being. And he accused me of being a happy person. And I laughed and I told him I'm absolutely miserable. I'm so upset most of the time because of all the conditions of things I have to deal with. And he's like, yeah, but you're still a happy person. And I'm like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. You really just don't know. But I would like to be a happier person because I'd be happier. All right, so this is what the payment's going to look like. And the payment isn't going to have the address, it's just going to have the index. So we already have the account. We're looking up the account by the account ULID, so that's good. So technically we don't need that to be in there. I'm going to leave it in there. I don't think it's doing much damage to keep that in there. So updated at, we're going to order by updated at, because there could be a manual adjustment to a payment, or maybe we need to order by created at. Let's order by created at. Okay, and then, so I hold on a second. Oh, did that work? Hold on. I want to see something real quick. This is ugly wireframe preview. Don't look. It's not. This doesn't do us any good. All right, let's see. How about this one? Okay. All right, forget you saw that. Okay. Okay. Wait, what? Oh. I can see how this is a problem. And I'll check comments in just a second. Oh, impossible. Bob never gets pissed off. Well, I guess the B is not for Bob then. The B must be for Bumpkin. All right, there we go. So we got that then. So we're going to go back to, is it going to be server.js? It might be. Previous payment is, oh, no. Hold on. Let me go back. Because we need to change this from maybe one first to just maybe one. I really like a lot of the concepts in Slonic. Or Slonic. Slonic? I wish that what I want to see combined is SQL C and Slonic. I want to see them combined together, which might be a natural fit. But like if we could get SQL C to generate Slonic code, that might be the most optimal thing that's ever happened in the world of databases. But I think the main problem in the world of databases is that people are trying to make things compatible, which is really dumb. I understand why people are trying to do it, because SQL, the first word in SQL is standard. And this is the opposite of what SQL is. There is no standard for SQL. There's a framework for SQL, but not a standard for SQL. And the difference between a standard for a framework and a standard for a thing is like, I imagine that every McDonald's you went to, so right now, McDonald's has a standard, right? Every time you get a burger at McDonald's, it's pretty much the same burger no matter where you go. They're all equally bad. One McDonald's isn't particularly better than another McDonald's. They follow the same process. They give you the same bad burger, right? So that's a standard. And there's something good about a standard because you know what quality or lack thereof to expect. But imagine that it wasn't a specific standard, but it was a framework. So you go to a McDonald's and every McDonald's will have something called a hamburger. But every McDonald's is free to make it differently. They can use different buns, they can use different meat, they can use different cheeses. So there's no standard for the actual items on the menu, but there is a framework of a menu. That's what SQL is. SQL does not define a specific standard that will work between any two databases, but it defines a limited framework because it doesn't define how to query columns across the database. It doesn't define how to query the structure of the database. It doesn't define anything about the row level access of the database. SQL defines a few keywords. And it doesn't really define that many keywords because you'll find that tons of the mathematical operations, the unions, this, that, and the other, the type systems, the bit widths, none of that is standardized, right? So it's just a couple of words, select from, where, order by, limit. I've pretty much exhausted the SQL standard right here. And so people try to make databases the same, and this is just a bad idea. Or they try to make database libraries that work across all databases as if they're the same, but this is a bad idea. Because every single one of them's got something unique, and if you're trying to abstract away all the uniqueness so that all you have is what's the same, then there's literally no advantage to choosing one database over the other, in which case just choose any database, and you're better off than choosing an abstraction of a database. So it's kind of self-defeating. And so with Slonic and SQL-C, both of them targeted Postgres, which is a respectable database. And so if we had more of that mentality, we'd just have fewer database problems. Instead, people want adoption for their project. And because they're smart and they use a database that's a reasonable database like Postgres, or they're smart and they know how to sell something for money, and so they use a reasonable database like SQL Server. But then people come along and they say, oh, well, it'd be so great if this supported SQLite, if this supported MySQL, if this supported MariaDB, if this supported Oracle, if this supported... And so then they just make their product crappy, because now they're trying to please everybody instead of just sticking to what they're good at. And this is an issue that we have in the database world. So we need adapters. We need storage layer adapters, but we need application layer storage layer adapters, not ORMs, not abstractions over the core primitives of the database itself, because then you get none of the performance efficiency, you can't take advantage of the type system, everything just breaks. Okay, so this is actually going to be a payment, and so we're going to do prev payment.index plus 1, that's next index, that's acceptable. And then I don't think we have to do anything there, but then down here, we need, again, to change this to prev payment. And then what are we going to do? So we want to see what the amount was. And I decided to use Satoshis because it's unambiguous, even though my railing against Big B. The fact of the matter is that Satoshis have no place in digital cash because they're a unit that's not usable. Because even, if you just look at it in Big B, you can't spend a Satoshi because the cost of a transaction is so much that you can't ever, it's a cost of a transaction is literally hundreds of times more than a Satoshi. So you could never be at a point where a Satoshi is useful because you would never pay $100 to ship a $1 item. Unless it's a contract for selling a $44 billion business that you're going to walk into with a kitchen sink the next day or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But even in that case, the representation of the $1 item is $44 billion. So, but you get my point. Okay, so previous payment, and then this is going to be Satoshis. So if prev payment, so I guess dot amount, and we do need to do this because it could be null. So if we've gotten a payment, the only way that we're going to get a payment is if we've had a payment. So we're not going to be able to have an amount and not have a last payment at. So then we could put this in here. And then I think I can get rid of all this. I think it's now time where I can start deleting stuff out of here. Now, I don't remember what the must be fresh is. I need to go look that up real quick. But, so I'm just going to mark this to do for right now. Okay, now let me check the comments. Have you experimented with GPT encoding? Yes, I have. I experimented with it before it was called GPT because this kind of stuff has existed for a few years. And I've also experimented with GPT, but the problem is this. It's great for hype, because you can take really complex problems that are extremely well known and you can throw them at ChatGPT. And if there are literally thousands of implementations on the internet, it can take that and it can give you one of those implementations. So if you need to do something, even if but the thing is, people take a scenario and they say, oh, we're going to take something that a computer would never be able to solve. Well, there are a few iconic computers could never solve this type tasks, or this is really complicated type tasks. And they have hundreds of papers on them and thousands of solutions to them. And so when GPT has access to all of that, say, oh, this is really complex, and look, GPT can do it in 2 seconds. Well, no, GPT was able to scour all of the recipes for how to do it and produce one that hopefully, fingers crossed, happened to work. Usually that's not the case. Usually it spits out something that looks like it would work and is convincing, but won't actually work. In fact, what you ought to watch about this, I think this is the best analogy, is actually Legal Eagle talked about how some lawyers used ChatGPT and ruined their career. So this is what you should watch right here. This is why I would not use ChatGPT for coding. It's not helpful. If I wanted to make someone think I was smarter than I am, I could use ChatGPT, because if they're not smart either, then they wouldn't know whether or not the code works. And the thing is this. So let's say that I do a lot of common tasks and ChatGPT could help me, and it could. The problem is that I have to review everything that it generates. And then if it looks right, I might not catch the bug. And so then I have to debug what it generates. And so am I going to be better off writing code where I might write a bug and then fixing my bug, or having lots of generated code that has lots of bugs and then figuring out where the bugs are in the generated code? Because there's this confirmation bias, right? Where when you look at something, you think it's going to do what you expect it to do, but really the computer is going to do what you tell it to do, not what you expect it to do. And that happens both with your own code that you write as well as ChatGPT code. But my experiences with ChatGPT, mostly I do stuff that is novel. I do stuff that has not been done before. So there are times when I need to look up something that is not novel and is complex, and I will go to ChatGPT for that. But I have to double check the answer, because the answer it's going to give me is wrong. So I've looked up information about blockchain stuff on ChatGPT. It gives me bad information, but it gives me really good keywords. So it will teach me vocabulary that I didn't know before. So I can paste in something in ChatGPT and say, what is this type of message in Dash? And then ChatGPT may be able to recognize some of the common, it won't necessarily know what the data is. It can't actually decode it. But what it can do is it can take a look at certain structures of sequences of words or hexadecimal sequences, and then it could tell me what that is like. So I've done this before where I gave ChatGPT a transaction, and what it did is it just copied something off of Stack Overflow or one of the big B forums, and it gave me back transaction information, but it wasn't about the transaction that I'd given it. It was about a transaction that had been posted in the forums, because it can't actually decode a transaction. It doesn't actually know what's in the information, right? It's just taking things that look similar and then spitting out sentences in a way that sentences have a pattern of sophistication. So if you take a bunch of sophisticated sentences and you say, okay, well, when you create a sentence, use the words that you find all over all these places, Stack Overflow, whatever, but use sentence structure that's more sophisticated, like what you find in a TED Talk presentation or whatever. And so it's trained in that way so that it's not real. But yeah, you can learn the vocabulary from it, because even if it gives you the wrong answer, most often it will have the right vocabulary. But the more specific you try to get with ChatGPT, the worse it gets. The more generic you are, the better it is. So if you want to do something that everybody does, ChatGPT is really, really good at that. But if you want to do something that no one has done, then obviously it can't do it because it doesn't have the training data. So, and then there are some simple things like you can ask it, what's 2 plus 2? It's going to tell you 4. It's not because it actually knows how to do a calculation. It's because there's so many examples of 2 plus 2. And there may be, I would be interested to tell it to multiply something, or I think that there is some amount of knowledge that it has in terms of being programmed to accept commands, like multiply these two numbers. But I don't know how far that goes. But I imagine for certain things, I wonder if you could use it as a calculator. I don't know. I don't know if it would work for that. because it would have to be programmed to understand the command structure and to operate a command. And I think that just like Google has a calculator, I think that ChatGPT probably has a sub-program that's a calculator. And if one of its matrices line up to say this is a math problem, then it will use its calculator model to figure that out. Because I believe that it does have several use case specific models for things like that. But anyway, because ChatGPT doesn't have a use case specific models for blockchains, it doesn't have actual program code that can do anything with Dash, for example. It can't give me any correct answers about questions I ask it. If I ask about Dash, it's going to pull up information about Big B, right? Okay, so we got that. So erasers, push, sleepers, push, details, promise, detail status pending. Okay, so this is going to sleep for 5 seconds. So if it's got good information, then it's going to give me the good information. But if it doesn't have good information, oh, and I don't want to output the account because that may have privileged information in it. Yes. So we don't. Do we want to output the account? Will that matter? Okay, I think I know what this was for. This was for what was it for before? I have to go back and look what this was. Because well, I can go look at must be fresh, and that's probably going to help. So I think that is what I need to do next. Because all of this, I could probably put this somewhere else, and I probably should. So let's just async wait for race. I don't know. Respond. What would we call this? 3 hard problems in computer science. Naming things, cache, invalidation, and off by 1 errors. Oh, I actually said it right that time. You're supposed to say 2 hard problems in computer science. Anyway. So what is the name of this thing that I'm doing right now? This right here. I want to put this into a function. I'm just going to call it do stuff. Oops. And then I'll figure out what to call it once I've moved it. So we're going to do all this in here. We're going to await, do stuff. Another thing that will help us to know what to name it is to see what parameters it needs to accept. So I know it needs to accept token. And that might be the only thing it needs to accept. It looks like that is, actually. So we could do return details. This will actually be the response. Do we have details? Where was details defined? Details is defined right here. Okay. And this is more result. And then we need base 62 token. All right, status can be pending. I don't like if else's. Can I get rid of this? That really is the use case of an if else, though. Okay, so this obviously shouldn't be called do stuff. What should it be called? So what this is going to do is it's either going to respond immediately if we already have an answer in the cache, or it's going to wait for a response for up to 5 seconds. And then it's going to respond. It's either going to be complete or pending. And this, in part, is what keeps it so that you're not going to spam this, because at the very least, it is waiting to respond. But I don't know what the name for that process is, to either wait or respond. Respond or penned. Let's call it that. All right, so there, that'll be pending, and I'll check again comments momentarily. I slept well last night, by the way. Maybe that's why I'm in such a good mood now. Well, and we had productive discussion today. Okay. So we'll put that there. And that mechanism, I think I kind of want to replace too. All right, so check token status. And did I did mix my drink. Okay. My raspberry salts. All right, checking up on comments. But CNN told me AI is God Alpha and Omega. Yeah, I would expect CNN would misspell alpha, especially if quoting the Bible. So I'm not surprised that CNN told you that it was alpha like Alfie and Omega. Did they think it was Omega fish oils? Did they think that it was... Is that what they told you? It was Alfie the alien and Omega fish oils? Good for the body and the mind? Wait, are you telling me AI is not actually intelligent? Ooh. Bro, you didn't know? Yeah, there's a book called Fooled by Randomness. I have it. I have not yet. I think it was Fooled by Randomness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a book that is on my phone. Oh, actually, it's not on my phone right now, but regardless, I have that. But there's another. I don't think this is a book. I think this is just a YouTube thing. So again, I will check here real quick and see. But there's one, Fooled by Patterns. Oh, okay, and it's by tech lead, senior ex senior Google dev dude. So here's Fooled by Patterns. I think somebody else had an article like that too. I think he might actually just be Oh, I gotta listen to this real quick. You accidentally got me on the YouTubes. It's okay, I'll keep doing the work, but I want to listen to what he says about the Nintendo leak. Pikmin 4 releases tomorrow. I totally forgot about that. I gotta go pick it up. Okay. So we're gonna check the status token, but must be fresh. I need to go check that out. Must be fresh. So must be... Wait. Check quotas. Okay. All right, so here's the thing that I got to figure out with this one. Generally speaking, we don't want to be doing updates in a database. That's generally a bad idea. Updates should be very, very rare and more of a consolidation. So you could just avoid records altogether, or updates altogether, by whenever you do a consolidation, just adding a new record to a consolidation pool. So basically, you think about it like the bank. You have transactions all day long. I'm sure you've seen this before. They're all marked as pending. But at midnight, they all get rolled up, and then your balance is calculated. And then when you wake up the next morning, it shows you your balance, and then the process continues. So over the course of days, your balance is rolling, and it's only inserts in the database. They don't ever update anything in the database. If they make a mistake, there's no undo. You just do another transaction that's the reverse transaction. There's no undo, and this is correct. This is the way that money should work. Is you don't update something, but occasionally you do a roll up. So you take all of these commits, all these transactions, and you squash them down. You take the sum total, and then you produce a new line item that is, okay, this is what's confirmed, and then you've got your pending stuff that stacks up on top of it. So in reality, all of your pending stuff is going to go through, except if you don't have the money and you don't have overdraft protection, or in the case of Wells Fargo, there's no choice. You have to have overdraft protection. So Wells Fargo will not reject a transaction, and it will not allow you to escape overdraft protection. They will just charge you fees. And that made me very, very angry, because there was a point in time which you could not have overdraft protection. And then one of my accounts got updated, and then it overdrafted, and I got really angry at them. And I said, I told you to turn the overdraft protection off. And they said, oh, well, the new behavior is that we just charge you more fees. So you can either have the money withdrawn from another account, or we can charge you fees. Those are your two options for overdraft protection. We can't turn off overdraft protection. No, if the money's not there, just ixnay the request. Just no, but whatever. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying anymore. But hard quotas, soft quotas, yeah. So we need to roll up the transactions and then make a commit message that is, this is the end result for the day, and this is the transaction block and all the stuff that's in it. And then the next day it starts pending again. So you do that so that you only ever do inserts into the database. So you don't ever do updates. You're not over the course of the day updating what the account balance is. You are simply saying, okay, here's my snapshot from yesterday at 11:59:59.999. And then here's everything that's happened since then. So you take the snapshot, and then you take the 10 transactions that have happened since the snapshot, and then you do all the calculations. And so that's what I need to be doing here. Let's see. Okay. All right, so I think the question is, should the quota be at the account level, or should it be at the token level? And the answer is it should be at the account level. I need to go edit the account, because I had this in there before. And I need to differentiate between account and organization. Soft quota, hard quota. Okay. All right, so okay. Okay, we don't want stale that expires at. Or do we want that? Hmm. So this isn't really an account. It's more like it's like product or subscription or something. I don't know. I guess I don't need to worry about it that much. Okay, let's think of it like this. So what we want to be able to say is, okay, so your account has some sort of quota. You can load it up somehow. And then your account has some sort of time limit. So you have a quota for up to a year or something like that. That's what. So, and this is more of an implementation detail than I really need to go into much. I was kind of exploring with it here in the first run of this. I still think it's a good idea, but we need to. I need to think through this a little bit more because basically, I don't know if account is the right word. So we're gonna have an organization. I don't think account is the right word. It kind of is, because you're going to have an account that's the billing account, and that's probably what this should be renamed to, is a billing account. But then you also need your account plan or your account, is that what you call it? Account tier? Well, I guess if we don't know that, the problem is this is a Hello API. This is a demo anyway. And so there's going to be some amount of this that just doesn't translate well. I kind of want to say token. I want another layer in this. But I don't want to put another layer in this because I want to move on to the next thing soon. Hey, what's up, James? How's it going? So what does Audible call it? Is it your subscription? Is it your tier? Oh, wait. What? Look, here's the thing. I don't know who you people are on the Discord versus not, and that's probably a good thing. That way it can be equally rude to everyone and not accidentally be nice to someone just because they follow me on YouTube. But which messenger of yours did I shoot? But by the way, I'm in a good mood today. Let's see. So this can be nullable. This can be nullable. Right, let's try going down and going back up. Okay. Okay, so I need to change that. I need to change get by token. Okay, so I need to change get by token. Okay. So I'm going to need to do hard quota. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's see. What else? Be equally rude to you. Yes. You're always a little... you are always in a better mood than me. I come here for the good. Oh, that's hilarious. Dash after party link, but it's only on Fridays after 6 p.m. American time. Wait, American time? There's no such thing as American time. Do you realize we have... How many time zones do we have? Eastern, Central, Mountain, Arizona, Western? This many. We have this many. Actually, we might have one more, but we really only have 4. We have 4 time zones, and then some states do their own thing. Arizona. The Bash After Party? Yeah, that sounds nice. It's kind of like Thunderdome channel. Just live and no holds barred. Hey, that's where they got my awesome nose picking thumbnail. I got a pose. Maybe we can make her. Hold on. Let's get a good thumbnail here. Can you screenshot that? I hope just like go back a second, screenshot that, and post that in Thunderdome. Thanks for making it happen. Talk to you later, everybody. All right, later, Max. And then Eastern Standard Time. The rest of America doesn't really have people. Yeah, you're right. You're right, because Utah is pretty sparse, and then in California, it's predominantly lizards. Very, very few humans in California. Most of the people who were humans in California have either moved to Utah or Texas or Florida. Dash Legion. Okay. All right, cool. Cool. All right. Yeah, let me check in Thunderdome real quick. Just make sure that Thunderdome. I have only been in Thunderdome once, and it was because I was checking my inbox for mentions, I think. And I think that's when I saw the nose pick. I don't know. I don't think I have time for Thunderdome. I have got so... Do you realize that I'm already 35 years old? I don't have a lot of life left to live. I can't spend any time in Thunderdome. Okay, so I fixed Get by Token. So now this will have... So now this should pass for Must Be Fresh. I don't know why that was in plans. All right, we can do the check quotas and stuff. All right, so check quotas. This should all work the same, I think. But now I have to have some way to update the quotas, and I wasn't updating that before. I think there's the reset. Oh, so Thunderdome, DCG, only half the people in DCG taking Dash as their payment is that made Thunderdome? Yeah, I don't have time to read that. If somebody wants to give me the summary of that, I'm interested to know, because I'm the one who made the accusation, because the information that I had was that DCG was not paying people in Dash, and it sounds like most of people in DCG don't get paid in Dash. 40% take Dash, so that has to change. Regardless of what it takes to change that, that has to change. You cannot have the minority. It needs to be the overwhelming majority, and the exception is that some people don't take Dash. That's not a pot shot. That's what needs to happen, and whatever, unless the people are, I don't know. I don't know how to go about it, but I've heard, I won't go over what I've heard because it may not be correct. Anyway. This token's quota has almost been met, yada, yada, yada. Yes, plentiful is quota's over. Oh, flippy dippy. Request count. So what I need to do as well is, I think I know how to do this. Request count, plans, token use. I think there's, I need to go back into, migrations. We got token use. Yeah. Probably cereal is big enough for this. I don't, maybe I don't even need that. Maybe I could make the other one primary. No, okay, this one's got to exist because, are we going to have more than, this is going to be, sure, leave a big cereal, that'll be fine. Okay. So we need created at, there's not going to be any updated at. This will reference a token. Okay, that's fine. So this is going to be the same as the old one. But then I need to get that request count. So where am I getting request count over here? Probably need to copy something similar from this. Alright, get count. Okay, select count from token where token ID equals. Okay, maybe I do need to do this one separately. I can accept that. But I don't need to do that every time. I just need to do that occasionally. So we're going to change how that's done. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So we're going to move this into accounts also. So we're going to have accounts get by token. And then we're going to have accounts.get token use. Okay, so we are going to... Yeah, this is not going to work perfectly, but that's okay. All right. Okay. Class count. Okay, request count. What's the smallest thing that I could count in there? It is probably the hash ID. Let me double check on that from this perspective. that only needs to be checked on insert, right? Okay, and again, is there anything smaller that I could count? Actually, ID. I could probably count ID. That's probably smaller. And then resource. I don't think 24 is gonna work as maybe that just needs to be straight up normal varchar. Okay, yeah, I think the smallest thing here is big serial. And if we're not going to go above 2 billion, that can just be serial. And I don't think we are going to go above 2 billion. Let me check and see what is big serial and why. Index of serial. Serial. Yeah, serial, it seems like you wouldn't need 2 billion. But what do we need for big int? Satoshis, absolutely. 100%. That's it. Otherwise, we're using integer. Okay. All right, let me go back. Dash Legion is another dash group for idiots like yourself. Excellent. You don't. I don't troll you. You're the only one I can verify doing his job. Everyone is just just one. I don't post in Thunderdome. Waste of my time. No, they don't get paid in Dash, but anyone working independently gets Dash. I get Dash. And then it's left up to me to launder it. I mean, spend it direct. Not a single car wash or laundromat that accepts Dash. Thanks. Alright, so get request count. This is going to be hash IDs. Lippy dippy. Okay. Crap. Alright, did we have an any in here? Did we have an in here? Dag flippin' nabbit. I hope that we've got the any or the n in here. Because I went through this whole thing of finding out that I had these issues. Wait, why is that in there? Okay, there we go. I need to go double check what I was doing there. Alright, update payout or set amount, blah, 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 blah. IDs. Fragment, SQL fragment. Okay, that was the kicker right there. Was getting the right SQL fragment. And then ID equals any. Okay. All right. So I was down at the bottom here. I was looking at this, and I'm thinking hash IDs. Those are chars. That's kind of the best I've got. I gotta figure out, what did I make the hash IDs over here? Char 24. Alright, so char 24, an array of char 24. SQL fragment, IDs. Typed hash IDs. Okay, so I think that what I want to actually do is select the count. Yeah, this thing. The reason that I want to select the count from here is because, rather than ID, because I was thinking of doing the count of ID. But if I do it, since I have to be selecting these anyway, I'm guessing it's going to be slightly more efficient to do the count on the thing that I'm already selecting. It doesn't have to count the thing that I'm not selecting. I can just skip past that as it goes through the indexes. So it only has to look up one row, not two rows. And we want this to be fairly fast. We could also do a sub-select. Actually, I think that's what we need to do. I think that this needs to pass in a count. So it's going to be where in select. Can I do this? How do I do this? So with the where in, do I have to do the parentheses? Do we have to turn this into a sub shell? I think we do. But I think we do it this way. Because otherwise we'd have to do yet another query because we'd have to find out where those IDs came from. So we're not going to do this query. We're just going to do object, count, and then don't I have ULID in here somewhere? Count.ULID. Yeah. Let me don't make that optional. All right. Base 62 token hash ID. From token use where hash ID in select. Do we have revoked that? We do have revoked that. So the default is to be null. Oh, whoops. Again, it is not null. Yeah, because nothing is equal to null, because null is like nan in SQL. Okay, so that would give us our request count. Maybe one first. I wonder about indexing timestamps. I wonder if that would be faster or slower. Hmm. Oh, I might actually supposed to be using with timestamp for Postgres. Because it may not... Okay, I have to look into that later. If we do decide to do timestamps, then I have to be able to query by timestamps, and I have to index the timestamps as well. Not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so we have a get request count, which I think will work, and the way that we find out for sure is that we just put this in another file and we try to run it. So let me put this in my PG file here. Let me go generate a ULID. No, not UUID. I said ULID. Gosh. Okay. I wonder, okay, let's say that I just do some bad something or other. Let's say I do that. Is it going to call me out on it? No, it's not. Okay. So that was of no actual help. I'm going to copy this over. And the goal here is just to see, does this work at all? Because there's a good chance that I just got this wrong. It worked. Cool, so syntax is correct then. And just to make sure, I'm going to cause an error so I can make sure that this is correct. Okay, good. So if I cause an error on purpose, I get an error. That confirms that when I don't get an error, it is likely to be right. Alright, so let's go back over here where we were doing get by token, and we have the account, and we get the amount, and we say it must be fresh, and we got to remember it. So it's actually under lib plans, under must be fresh. We check the quotas, and since that's going to be more expensive, we should probably check expiry first. Because expiry is a lot quicker, because you're just checking a date. And I wonder, because we should be able to just check expires at, stale at. Okay, must be fresh. Check quotas, back to check quotas. So the problem is that lookup is going to be kind of bad. So we probably do need to, maybe it's update once a minute or update at some, we need to have some sort of schedule where we update that, because actually doing that query on every request is probably way too intensive. But it's okay for now. Oh, wait. Can we not? We don't have the power to do this type of query in here. Must be fresh. This has no... Okay, it does have merchant. Think about this. It's not going to cause any re-indexing. Could just do the update. And store it directly on the account. I'm not sure. We'd also expose this a little better. We could pass in warnings. Well, I think for now, just to keep it similar-ish to what I was doing before. Woo! Bless me. I think that before I do the check, I'll just get request count equals await db.accounts.get request count on the account. And then I'll just object assign to account request count. Okay, now I gotta go make sure all these other places get updated and the token not reset. Yada 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 yada. All right, let me see. Is there someone in the background posting these Dash incubator reminders every so often? Or is that automated? That is automated. Yes, that is automated. Tasting my beer. It's A-okay for the first brew in years. Nothing to brag about. 9 gallons of free beer no one will say no to. Cool. Did I miss the answer to the previous question about the reminders? Was away a brief moment. No. Yeah, it's on a 15-minute timer. I think that's what it is. Maybe it's a 27-minute timer, or a 37-minute timer, or a 42-minute timer, or a 57-minute timer, or a 63-minute timer. Do you know almost all of those have in common? They're random. Yeah. See, I think, well, 63 is really as random as it would seem. Let's see. 37, 47, oh, 57. Oh, that, of course it's not prime. 67 is prime, yeah. And then 97. No, 97 is prime? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Oh yeah. Yeah. I always try to pick prime-ish numbers when I'm trying to make it sound like it's random. Just pick prime. Prime's close enough to random. Good enough for cryptography, good enough for me. You know what I'm saying? All right, maybe one first. That's right. Okay, so let's go through here. We're going to look through where DB is used. And we're basically just going to delete all the old code now because we shouldn't need any of it. Okay. So this is where we're going to have... Uh-oh. Internet hiccuped. I think that was actually a real hiccup, though. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, okay. It's not that I misspelled it. It's that it doesn't exist. Got it. Alright, so I need to get... I'm going to look at table tokens reset real quick. Reset. Alright. Reset quota. Quota comes from plan. Get quota. Satoshi's got it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring that logic back over here. I know I'm going to do it too. Oh, when I said bring that logic back over here, I was talking about the logic from a few days ago. I moved some stuff over. Let's see, that should be... Data token. Count prefix. Count quota. Right. Okay. Okay. What's the next thing I need to do? Oh, and if I didn't say it already, thanks for the thumbs up. Not a factor of 3 and not a factor of 5. Yeah, that's what I was going for, except for I messed up with what was it? One of them. 57 was a factor of 3. Right? No. Yes. Okay. I need to go re-implement receive. Alright, why would we have a count.amount? This doesn't make sense. All right, so to do, look up addresses. So we should have payment.transaction.outputs.length. Okay. Okay, so what do I need to do to figure this one out? Wait, this payment should have already had some sort of identifier included with it other than the address. Maybe, maybe not. So I should be able to look up the addresses to find an associated account somehow. What did I do with the register web book? Where's this function at? Okay, what do I use account for here? Okay, get or create. Cache adders, get or create. Okay, let's go back to get or create for a second. So get any. Alright, so this getter create's going to have to change. Okay, so I think I got this now. Alright, so we're back to our get or create now. Get or create. And this had an account. Register webhook. So we actually don't worry about the token at this point. So the only place we're using that is here. Get or create right there. In this particular use, the token doesn't really matter. And I don't think we ever fetch by the token. Maybe wait for it. Let's check that out. Where are we using that? Okay. Hmm. Alright, it is getting close to my pumpkin time, unfortunately. I got a little bit more to go on this. Whoops. Really, I guess this needs to be looked up not by... Hmm. Okay, I think we need to get rid of this token thing altogether. I think this is dumb. Let me go back on this. Because we can look up... Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Alright, respond or pinned. Let's take a step back here. So we're going to check token status. Really what we need on this is not the token. So status URL. Okay, so what we're actually trying to do here is basically have API so our token off. see, can I change the types? Yeah, they are in-game tunes. Semper Saltare. Oh yeah, you can see it right there. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So I think there is still a mistake in here. This needs to be rectified. Which is basically aside from the token itself, we need some other sort of ULID. So we gotta register the webhook. Not a big fan of this one. Skipping. Might be time to switch genres too. We could switch back to piano. Do we have anything good? Not it's not good, but new. Do we have anything new in piano? June 30th, June 26th, June 16th. I think all those are new since the last time, but let me check out also jazz. We've got new jazz. Mario RPG. Booster and the Sniffit Quartet. Let's go with that. Wait, no, this isn't that new. Hmm. Let's see how this plays out. So you register webhook. Okay. You just debugging right now? I'm refactoring. So I had this system that I built a year or some change ago for for accepting payments with addresses. So, and I'm changing it so that it'll work with XPubs and contact names. So when you scan the QR code, you don't just get the payment request, but you also get the nickname or display name should match the URL. And then you get the XPub. You potentially, well, in this case, you'll also get a legacy address. You'll get your XPub address, you'll get the nickname, and potentially some other information. So, how are you doing, Scuffington? I haven't seen you around these parts before. Okay, so I registered the webhook. I got the knots. And the way that I built this before was a little overly simplified, which is fine, because it was just kind of for a demo to get the thing working, and now I'm trying to figure out what do I need to put in place to make this a little bit better. Doing alright. Just found you while watching random videos. Code every now and then, not anything advanced though. Okay. Well, welcome. I'm kind of I was much more awake and talkative earlier. Now it's close to 1 a.m. and I don't really have a sleep schedule, but the past few weeks I've been going to bed a lot earlier and actually getting tired when nighttime comes, which is unusual for me. So I'm going to have to call this quits at some point soon. I was really hoping to and anticipating actually getting this full workflow going. But there's still a number of pieces that aren't quite all together yet. And one of them is that I guess for the payment, and I should go check on this. Lib table accounts payment. Nope. One of them is that the payment actually has a couple of steps. So I need to be able to have a payment marked as pending, and then also have it marked as complete. This is for Dash Incubator. So Dash is a digital currency, and the purpose is to be able to buy, pay for goods and services with internet money. So not pyramid schemes or investment scams like other quote unquote cryptos, but an international form of money for paying for stuff. So this, what I'm working on is just kind of a demo, and I just need to get this to a state where I can move on to the actual project that I'm going to be doing the payments with, because in this state it's hard to come up with a, this is supposed to be the Hello Dash. You can pay for nothing. You can pay nearly nothing for just about nothing. So the equivalent of a couple of pennies. And that the Hello World style stuff breaks down pretty quickly because you don't actually have all the complexity that you have in a real application. And so I need to just kind of wrap this up, get the demo working again to the full extent with the XPub addresses replacing the legacy addresses, and then move on to my actual project that I want to take the payment for. So the question is, do we have anything where we take payment yet? Let me see of this. So table accounts. Do we have anything using the payment table? Get previous payment. So we go through payments. We get the previous payment. Okay, that kind of makes sense. This is it. Okay, so the only thing that's using the payment table is the previous payment. So let's take a look at this again. So I guess what we do need for this So maybe what I actually need here is a created at and then a paid at, which would be nullable, would not have a default to. So got app index. Get previous payments. Okay. That's not gonna work. I also had the issue is that it is possible to have multiple payment requests open at the same time. I'm not quite sure how to handle that. Let's see. So amount, there's value. Let's see. Well, here's a good problem to come across. Interesting. I'd want to get the sparse addresses as well. Let me think about this. How would I handle the sparse addresses? Now, the worst possible case would be 9 per digit. All right, so okay. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Okay. Okay, so let's say that the current index is 5 and we need 10. That takes us from 5 to 15, which is actually 11. So we only need from 5 through 14. 5 is inclusive. Okay. Okay, let's see. Darn, you're making me want to open up some code projects that I never finished. Yeah, do it. Finish stuff. Let's see. Last index is next index. So that's fair enough. Okay, so then I take the denominations, I push in the amount. Mark addresses that may be used as reserved. Okay, this is going a little bit better than how I was doing this last time. This should actually be broken out into the wallet function. Okay. So basically, for every account, what we probably ought to do is probably keep like a rolling 100 addresses. That we're interested in checking out. Okay, that would be better. Alright, have we actually created the account yet? Yeah, okay. So where do we create the account? Right here. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, I think I kind of see what I need to do here. I'm going to leave it for when I have the real project, though. Okay. Okay, yeah. Hmm. Just doing a lot of internal thinking right now about this. This is really, it's good to be working through. I think that this is actually going, this section here is going to end up making it into the wallet library. Just have to figure out how to abstract the caching of it. I understand the inner thought. I tried streaming some code once. Did not go too well. I know the pauses and thought that goes into code, so you don't need to say sorry. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, plus I'm getting a little more quiet as the night waxeth late anyway. I'm not going to put that there. I want to do this register webhook and addresses. Yeah, I think I might as well go down the route that I wanted to go, or that I'm going to need to go anyway. So I think what I'll do If I'm just creating it brand new, then I can generate gonna sneeze here in a second. Or maybe not. Or maybe. Okay. Count next. All right, so what's going on is I'm thinking about how things could become disjointed. So the person doing the payment has to pay to addresses. If we give them an XPub, they could pay to any of the addresses, and if they tell us that they paid to one and there's 2 billion, it's possible to generate 2 billion addresses. If they start backwards, if they can let us know and give us a transaction and say, here's what the index was for that payment, then we can confirm it no matter what. But in the general happy path, we're going to present some addresses. They're going to present... basically on both sides, we're going to generate the same addresses. So we're going to give them the XPub, and we're going to... I guess we're going to tell them the indices that we expect them to pay to, perhaps? I'm not sure where we'll do that communication. I guess in the future we could do that. Anyway, there's going to be some... We both, on both sides, we have to keep a track of which addresses we're listening for payments on, and they have to keep track of which addresses they've paid to. And then we have to reconcile if there's an issue. But that probably would be elevated to customer support, just like it is now, where you say, hey, I made a payment, the system didn't detect it, and then it's a difference in the software. Essentially, our software is paying one way, their software is expecting to receive it another way. But then you provide the technical details, and then we can look it up in the blockchain and then confirm. So when we create an account and we create the XPub, we should create in our local cache the next 100 addresses or so. Then when we go to request a payment, we should look to see if any addresses have been paid to that we should try to get the next 100 addresses, check to see which ones we know have been paid to, we exclude those. The ones that we think have not been paid to, we can go out and check to see if they actually exist at all, then trim those out, and then with what's left over, we should be able to generate new addresses after those. And then let's see, generate addresses after those. So that we constantly keep the basically say 100 unused addresses indexed at all times and active. And then we're gonna, yeah. So we're gonna request denoms like this. What if we should just, instead of requesting specific denoms, if we should just put a face value? I like the idea of putting the specific denoms, but it makes the QR code larger. Alright. And then we could just put, essentially, announce for the payment group for these addresses. So this would be a group ULID. Okay, I'm going to have to call it a night. But I'll get back to it tomorrow. Alright, there's the amount, the XPub, the single address, the nickname. Probably needs to be some other information, but the XPub is the... We could do picture and put in Gravatar URL. Is this exporting address info to a database or just logging? So we actually want to, so from an XPub address, an extended public address, we can generate 2 billion addresses, but we need to be able to efficiently index. So one of the problems with current digital wallets, especially the digital wallets that are based on cryptocurrencies, of which there are a few, well, for actually being digital cash, anyway, whatever. One of the problems is that the cryptocurrency nerds are too focused on these mathematical proof systems. And so you have to get hashes of all the blocks and then be able to go through to see if there's, you know, some address that you have is connected to it. And, you know, it's really, really slow. So what you need to do instead is you need to connect to some server that already has all the indexing done, and then just say, hey, not I need to know everything that's happened since this date, but here's my internal calculation of all the addresses that I may have shared. I may have had shared, and I need to know their current state exactly. So the wallet should know what its own state is. And so really, in the ideal case, there's no need for any sort of checks, because if the wallet spends money, it knows that it's spent. It doesn't have to wait to check to see if it's spent. When it goes to broadcast the transaction message, it gets a confirmation that it was accepted or not. So there's no question as to whether or not the money was spent. However, despite the cryptocurrency nerd's dream, what you really want is you don't. One of the benefits of a digital wallet would be that if you leave your phone at home, you could access your money on your computer. That makes sense. The idea that if you left that you actually allocate separate amounts to your phone versus your computer, if you want to do that, sure. That's not what most people are going to want to do. And that means that it's possible that your computer could spend money while your phone is offline, and your phone not sync with your computer about what your computer has done. And so then you'd have to actually check on the blockchain itself. So that's where you need local caches, and you need a address selection algorithm that's going to work the same across devices. And when you add contacts into the mix, then the problem is even more so, because you then have to have an address. You have to have one part of an address with every contact that you have. Okay. All right, so I think I see what I have to do here. And why I have to do it. So this is more complex. It does need to be abstracted away. Okay, so this is going to shake out nicely. So we'd actually have to have the database. We have to figure out how to get the database plugin into the wallet stuff. Okay, I didn't actually copy over the ID function yet. Alright, that's fine though. We'll get there. Okay, so yeah, I think I will save that problem of pre-caching. Wonder if that shouldn't just be, rather than being in a database, should that just be a JSON file? I think maybe it should, because it's going to be a small amount. It'll change frequently. We're not really going to want to query on it other than... Yeah, that may be best just to be a file. Well, for the purposes of building this out, I probably should put it in the database. The reason being that so many servers are ephemeral these days. Well, I guess that wouldn't matter because it is ephemeral information. It's just cache information. So if worse comes to worse, just go fetch all the cache information. We'll put it in the database. We'll put it in the actual database. so we don't have any potential issues there. In fact, I might even want to move the database to a different container with this. If you're heading out for the night, have a good night. I'm probably going to head to bed soon. It's almost 2 for me as well. Yeah, closing up on 2. Oh, I'm going to check. I think I'm going to check one more thing. Famous last words. One more thing. Yeah, so I need some sort of ID that's going to represent the payment as a group so that I can do a backwards lookup. So essentially, I want to be able to expect that the payment's going to come in starting with the address that I specify. So it would be nice if I only had to put out the one address. And maybe that's a thing. I think that this needs to go into the XPub QR code. Is we're going to need to have I, and we could shorten some of these down, probably A, I, whatever. QR to URL. Hold on. Let's see. So for I here, oh, I like those one. Golden Sun, Streets of Tolby. All right, that looks about right. So there's X. Okay. I think I might need a table that is literally just the account index table as well. Because as I'm thinking about how this is going to have to be abstracted, because the wallet code, I want to work on the server as well as in the web browser, as well as on the mobile phone. And those all have very different constraints. The web browser, you're working with IndexedDB. When the phone, you're working with core storage. And on the server, you're working with Postgres. And so there's going to need to be a function as part of the storage mechanism that is get next account index. And that's going to be a storage function, not a wallet function. And then the implementation is going to be up to, let's see. And there's going to need to be some room for efficiency of being able to do a batch rather than having to do one by one. Because you're going to want to work with tens, hundreds, maybe even thousands of these at a time. Okay, get next address. And this is the one that got me into all this mess. It's our check payment status, realizing that because we're checking across multiple addresses, checking the payment status and getting it right is not as simple as when you just have one address, because you're basically dealing with an XPub range, and I can see why people have not chosen to do this. There's things you have to figure out. Okay. Okay, I can see get or create again. And what is it that I want off of account here? Account.elid? It looks like that's it. So really, what I think this ought to be is not actually addresses, but rather keys. Because this function is actually quite generic. And this should not be really anything than value. And then this itself, when I think about this, okay, yeah, we do. This is not the polling. This is. So how are we going to know? So we have to handle. Well, I may not need to handle the server downtime right now, but we do need to handle the case that the server fails. how do we make sure whether or not we got the money? If the wait fails because there's nothing there, then we'd either need to register a webhook again. Essentially, check. Yeah, I guess we could just register the webhook again. Gonna head to bed. Have a nice night. Dropped a sub and a like for you. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. I wonder why I didn't hear that. Sometimes they come through and sometimes they don't. And they pop up with a little blue. Alright, I'll catch you later. Think about this. Can we? When the server starts up, can we rebuild that? I don't want to think about that right now. Alright, that looks right now. Okay, so I think I will need to implement the bits around the caching of the addresses before I can finish this up, so that'll be next time. I'm gonna go ahead and do another whip. This is a really bad whip because it's in a pretty broken state now. I never did set up that receive function. I still need to set up. Okay. Yeah, I can't know for sure what the other software is going to choose. We can specify what it ought to be, but we do need to leave some room for potential improvements that some other software could make. And we don't want to pigeonhole it so that if improvements are made that the software that's improved can't use it. So another interesting thought is all right, so we gotta do the receive function, we gotta do the caching functions. Because right now the polling function is broken because we can no longer have a tight association between the token and the account. Yeah, I think that a lot of this, I'll wrap, should have wrapped it up tonight, but I'll wrap this up tomorrow. I'll put in that indexing stuff, and then I'll open up a new task for the server that's paid with Dash, and I think that that is actually going to direct this further, because the Hello API gives us a good structure to copy and paste from, but it is too abstract because there's nothing that it's actually doing. And so actually having the user system in place and the different methods of payment. But then again, I may need to just switch over to generic wallet stuff. No, I think I should go forward with it because that's going to inform what the wallet functions need to be. So okay. I'm out. Thanks for tuning in, those of you that tuned in. I will catch you later. Adios.